Evening all. How are we all doing? And yes, attempt 2 at Starship launch today. And yeah, we'll hang around. I think it's the launch window that opens up half an hour before the stream. Depending on whether or not they've started tanking yet, I may or may not stay on. We'll see how close and imminent it is to actually launching towards the end of the stream. And yes, hello. Ah, good. Yes, the bug list does continue to grow because, because I'm not looking at it, mostly. I won't fix bugs pretty much until I'm ready to put a build out. So I'll work on the content for the build. Obviously, I kind of fix bugs as I go, because obviously we don't want bugs to go out with the build, so I try and sort of cut as many off as I can. But prior to going live with a build, I usually spend a good few hours just going through the bug tracker and cherry picking some easy ones to get rid of, just trying to keep the volume down a bit. But yeah, I won't hit the bug tracker until I'm ready to put this build out. Speaking of, if we just have a quick look at what I've been doing. Where's the right button? There it is. Now, I'll come back to shuttles in a sec. But on the last stream, I was talking about how we are doing something slightly differently when it comes to the way we track hardware and the states of hardware. I don't think I actually included any valves on this test setup, did I? No, it's all kind of valveless going all the way through. But basically, again, we've split the ship into a hardware layer, and then that hardware is subsectioned into domains. So engineering is a domain, and everything related to power generation, distribution, life support, all that stuff, all the core base stuff is all in the engineering domain. Things like weapons turrets will come under tactical, sensor arrays come under science and sensors, comms comes under the comms array. So even though technically everything should be engineering because it's all hardware, some of those pieces of hardware have responsibility handed off to the department that manages them. So they'll deal with, say, with the sensors, the positioning, the selection, things like aperture sizes. Science and sensors will deal with all of that, whereas the engineering side is basically just providing power and performing maintenance. But the actual management of that hardware is in the sensors domain. And that's how we've kind of logically split things around the ship. Now, each logical domain has a server blade associated with it in the comms room, and that server blade deals with taking data in terms of button presses to control the hardware, and then pushing data out in terms of state checks, reporting on values, that sort of thing. So all the UIs on the ship, they shouldn't be interfacing with the hardware directly. They should be interfacing with this management layer, which is the server blade in the server room, in the data center. So to use, I guess, the tank as an example. So our tank has a single blueprint interface where we can basically spit out all the data that we need, and that's being read by our engineering computer. So sorry, that's the console. Where's the computer? That one. So our engineering server blade, what it's doing is on begin play, it grabs a reference to all of our tanks, and what it does, we don't need those additional things. We create an array of all the tanks that exist on the ship. And the reason we're doing this is because we want to make this kind of as ship agnostic as we possibly can. So as we're rolling out new vessels, including the shuttle, we're not going to have to remake this code. so we can reuse these same server blades on any vessel. So we want to make sure they are as self-managing as possible. So it sniffs out all the tanks on the ship and just adds them to a big array. There's not going to be that many. It's like a dozen or so tanks at most across the whole ship, so it's not a lot of data. And the only thing it actually saves as part of this is a reference to the physical actor in the world. And we need that specifically because on our UI console, for example, what we're doing is we are running a looping event. If I can find it. I'm squirreling everything away. So this query subsystem, what this does is this speaks to the management layer, and again for the tanks, so we grab that same array of tanks from our engineering computer, and then for each one on this particular user interface we're only interested in the reactor tanks, so we are looking for tanks that have that ID on them. And then we basically set a reference to that specific actor in the world. And then using this, and also this is the replication layer as well. So stuff on the server is not replicated. So all this stuff that we're doing here doesn't have any replication at all, because it only exists on the host in a multiplayer game. The UI layer, so this is the thing that drives the widget that you can actually see in the game. This only replicates references to the individual items that it personally cares about. So again, with the tanks, once we set our reference to the tank, then that automatically has all the values that we're interested in replicated as part of that struct. So we grab our widget, and then we can set the values on the widget directly from this replicated variable, which means if another client joins halfway through a game, this will automatically update their UIs to be current with the current information. So that's basically the new way of doing things across the ship. So as we're expanding and we're adding new bridge consoles, we're adding more and more stuff to the game, we keep needing to sort of iterate over this and make sure that we're doing it the most efficient way possible. It's a big ship, there's a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of stuff that needs replicating in multiplayer, and we're going to, we'll completely saturate the link in multiplayer if we don't manage this very, very carefully. And that's what this is all about. So we replicate only what we need when we need to do it, and because we're replicating it at the UI level, so it's the actual it's the parent blueprint holding the UI that does the replication, it means we can actually put a replication radius on that. So if you leave the room, it just stops replicating because it doesn't need to be seen by that particular player. If we were doing it at the hardware layer and replicating it from there, then we'd have to replicate it over the entire ship because everyone would need access to that data. So by handing that off to the endpoint for replication, it means we have much greater control over what is actually transmitting data over the wire and when. So it just makes life a little bit smoother, easier to debug, easier to manage. Yeah, so that should be much smoother now, and it replicates by default. So it means the whole setup is built around replicating the data in multiplayer. And then again for the NPCs, because we now have the data we want held in a single subsystem, it means that the NPCs also have direct access to that same data. And because the NPCs exist on the server, that data doesn't need to be replicated because they already know about it because it's the host that's driving the NPCs. So again, it keeps that replicated data down to a minimum. Zero panic. Yeah, no, that should be there. The fact that it's not there is a bug. That's not off by any particular reason. So on the helm, as Claire's just said, you've got 4 buttons for turning on the data layers out the window. The 2 buttons for target and nav target and sensor target, both of those, I think they work for the target outside of the current system, but if it's inside the current system, the labels vanish. There's just a bug there that needs fixing, that's all. They should be visible, so they're not off for any particular reason. So yeah, that's what I've been doing, and hopefully the net result of this is one much better replication, much more reliable replication, and also smoother rollout of all the additional bridge stations as I make them, because I'm no longer having to kind of fight the replication layer as I'm rolling things out. We're dealing with single subsystem devices on the ship, and we're just querying a single system each time. So like when I add the propulsion engineering station, it's just speaking to exactly the same server blade that the power one is. So a lot of that is either just copy paste or just directly reading from the existing data. So all good all round. Right, so with all that out of the way, the shuttle. So I popped the shuttles on the Caravella because I wanted to see what the fit was like through the doors. So I've brightened up the lighting a little bit, and if we grab a copy of that, you can see that right now we are fitting quite comfortably in the doorway for the Caravella. This is the maximum size that the Caravella doors can possibly be. So that's kind of our maximum width for shuttles, realistically. We could always widen the back of the Caravella slightly to make it fit better, but ultimately it's not a big ship, so there's only so much we can do. But yeah, so there's plenty of room to get in and out of there. It's not too snug of a fit, so that's good. And obviously, you know, height-wise, we've got bags of room, so I don't think that's too challenging of a docking maneuver getting in and out of that hole. So that should be good. I just added the geometry there for the engine pods. I've just roughed it in basically, just preparing for when we sub-D it all. Scale-wise, the shuttles are smaller than I was expecting them to be. When I was making them in SketchUp, obviously we were scaling it at a human scale, but when you actually see it in the live environment with people around it, it is actually quite a small craft. So we do have a little bit of breathing room if we need to extend them slightly. So if we find that the interiors are a little bit too cramped and awkward to work with, like, you know, putting a suit locker in for the airlock, for example, you know, we can easily extend the length of the shuttle really without causing many issues. And again, using the Caravella as a scale reference, being one of our smaller ships, you know, storage wise, you can fit a lot of shuttles in here with some careful Jenga. But yeah, you know, I was expecting the Caravella to have maybe 2 shuttles at most, but I think, yeah, if you cram them in, you can probably fit a whole bunch. So all good there too. But yeah, it kind of gives you a nice perspective on where we're going with the shuttles. So now we were able to fly around it in 3D. Obviously we've got the main engine pods on the sides. These will be a combination of RCS thrusters kind of poking out the top here somewhere and the bottom. Obviously the main propulsion coming out the front. Might also have a thruster pod at the front there as well, again for slowing down. We try and design things to be able to slow down as much as they can speed up without having to rely on flip and burns. The nose is going to have some RCS in it. So I think this cavity at the front, I think we'll dedicate that mostly for fuel tanks and RCS thrusters. And then we need to work out where our center of mass is realistically, because these engines need to line up perfectly with the center of mass, and the RCS thrusters need to be equally spaced around that center of mass as well. So we need to make sure we get that right. Yeah, seating wise, it's having the seats face forward actually uses up a lot more space. And the idea with having them as bench seats like this is that you can fold those up into the panel, and this creates a cargo area. So these are, as much as they're supposed to be a troop transport or just a personnel transport, they can be doubled up as a cargo transport if you fold the seats away. So it's supposed to be as multi-purpose and utilitarian as we can make them, whilst still kind of making them as nice and styled as possible. We'll see what space we've got. I mean, if we can fit overhead storage, then yes. The more storage we can put in it, the better, definitely. So yeah, we'll just see what space we end up with. When it comes to the UI panel, in Unreal, you can curve a widget on a single plane. So we can have a curved screen, but it has to be a flat curve, not a curve that's kind of conal or like shorter on one end than the other. So we can potentially do a curve here as long as we keep it flat. We'll see kind of what that looks like as we put it in, because it would be nice if when you're seated you've got kind of nice smooth curved UI in front of you. Other than that, the panels will have to be flat, because we're dealing with the limitation of what Unreal can do, as opposed to just going freeform with the design. Window wise, obviously we want the windows to be a bit lower than this, so they'll be, I guess, kind of there, because we want from a seated position we want like clear access to the sides, so we'll drop that down for a window, and we'll have the window come around pretty much like this, just all the way around a full 180 degrees for best visibility, and we'll have a small bit on the top. So yeah, it'll be kind of like a helmet visor shaped window going around. And yeah, we don't necessarily need the stabilizer fin on top, but I'm going to keep it there because it looks cool. So that's staying for the rule of cool. And yeah, and might extend it back slightly just to make a bit more room in here. But other than that, I think that's pretty much it in terms of the overall design. We just need to refine this now and get all the lines right, particularly around this bit here. So where the wings kind of meet the fuselage and where it curves under. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to do something with that to make it come under nice and smooth and not have like a lip around the edge. Probably easier to see that in here, because right now where we've got the geometry that comes round, obviously we are forming this ledge around here, and we want that to be a smooth curve and just have that wing just smoothly mold in to the edge there. So that's going to take some messing about to get that right, but we'll get there. If you want to see what it looks like smoothed off, if I do that, hang on, have I got something? Oh yeah. can only subdivide it if it's one solid bit of geometry. Yeah, so if I smooth it off, this is kind of what it's going to look like. Smooth. So you get that nice kind of blended shape going down the sides there. But again, we have this bit here we've got to reconcile with the nose. But I'm quite fond of how that's smooth and tapered. So we'll definitely sort of keep that kind of look to it. Yeah. Yeah, well, they were designed to be VTOL by default. So yes, they will be VTOL capable. Yeah, the question of Windows comes up quite often, and people are quite critical of including Windows on starships. But our stock answer to that is that they're not made of glass. They are a form of laminated graphene. So graphene is like one of the strongest things ever, and it's basically pure carbon crystal. So if you laminate that and make a glass material out of it, what you end up with is an extremely strong transparent material that like you can't build things with it. So technically it is stronger and more durable than the actual hull that the ship's made of, but because it's so strong and so durable and so difficult and expensive to make, it is impractical to use as a construction material. You can't weld it, you can't drill through it, it's difficult to work with. But as a window, it's a perfect material. Yeah, practically just straight up diamond sheets. I don't know, Nessie. You'd have to ask the designers, I guess. I mean, when we're designing stuff, we're designing with practical usability in mind. So, you know, we're making shuttles to perform a job within the game. We need to transport the crew from the main ship to planetary surfaces and to other stations and other derelict vessels. You know, these shuttles are designed to perform a job. So the actual design of them needs to support the role that they're being built for. And I guess like the Caravella, you know, the Caravella, as we're designing it, it's designed with a mission profile in mind. So nothing is included by accident or without some kind of purpose, with the exception of the stabilizer fin, because I like having a stabilizer fin. But that aside, they're designed purely for practicality. So it really is form driven by function. That doesn't mean they can't look good. We can definitely sculpt the form for you know, visual nicety, but yeah, ultimately they are built to do a job. So going back to Dream Chaser, which was our inspiration for this, if you look at where the RCS ports are, you got a bunch of them clustered around the nose. I'm assuming that's what these holes are at the back here. I can't see any other RCS ports, so I'm guessing it must be those, and it probably has some on top as well. Can't really see from this angle, but there's a whole bunch of RCS ports all the way around the nose, all around here. So basically this is where we're going with it as well. And then there was that Russian one, which I've lost, that one. Similar deal with this, you've got RCS ports all around the nose there, a couple on the side, and one would assume a bunch on the back here, probably what that is, to be honest. And then they've got their docking adapter on the back there. Oh yeah, there's the RCS just there. So yeah, so a similar kind of deal. It's kind of the sensible place to put them. And yes, visually, we're definitely going with the whole black wings, black nose, just giving it that thermal coating all the way around. We'll probably do it in little hex tiles, just kind of invoking sort of the SpaceX Starship kind of look. But yeah, I like the black underside, the white top, so we're definitely going all in on that. And I like I like painting around the exposed hardware with black paint. Kind of similar thing there, like around here. So all the exposed hardware bits have black paint around them. So we'll do pretty much the same thing. So it will look quite NASA in its design. Yeah, so we'll obviously the windows will come around there. So just underneath the window, all that will be black. The top, well, I guess the tops of the wings will be white, but the bottom will definitely be black. All around the engine there will be black, and we'll try and keep this shape on the back here, because the shape kind of defines the interior here. So where we've got the chair backs and things at that angle, that angle carries all the way through to the back here. So it'd be nice to keep that there as part of the design. Just it gives the exterior and interior a bit of continuity. Yeah, hopefully it looks very good when it's done. Okay, so our challenge then is to get all this done, basically. Get all the framework bits all lined up, and let's bring back our grid. There we go. So I need to work out how I'm going to do the nose, because ideally we need the geometry sort of going with the curve as we go around. So these faces kind of need to rotate a bit. It's it's an awkward shape because we've got a much smoother curve around the top than we have around the side. It's quite a sharp curve there and a smooth curve there. So we've got to reconcile those two curves together somehow, and that's never easy. And I think we'll definitely pull in these edges here to join all that up as well. To be honest, I'm tempted to just pull out the bottom just to thicken it up, and then I'm gonna mold it in from there. It'd be nice if we can keep this angled edge here and just have that continue to go round and then join the curve as it comes around there. And also it would be nice if we could perhaps have this curve round a bit sooner, like that. But once we've fully skinned it, then we'll have a clearer idea of which bits we can pull and poke. So if we just put these faces back in a minute. Again, the name of the game here is to maintain quad geometry, because we're going to subdivide the thing, and we can't do that unless all the faces are quads. So yeah, it's one thing to kind of be aware of here is that the mesh that we're currently making is the outer layer and the inner layer is 10 centimeters inward of that, which is 4 inches. So that creates our wall cavity, and then we'll punch lightning hole through this. So just as an example, I'm going to have holes on the inside of the framework, and obviously the outside will be the solid skin, and then through here we'll have like the insulation material, all the wiring looms and all that stuff inside the walls, but you'll be able to get to that through the lightning holes that we cut through on the inside. So when we're doing the outer skin, I just need to make sure that we give ourselves enough room to have that 10 centimeter cavity all the way around. So I can't pull in this bit too much without intruding upon like the cockpit leg space. So just want to be mindful of that. So I think what we'll do then, over here, maybe bring these in slightly. If we do an angle on that a minute. Yeah, so we just need to pull that in now, basically. I think that essentially all needs to kind of merge there a little bit. So ideally, if we can weld that edge, which it might not do because of these hard joins, kind of need to pull that in and have the whole thing move with it. Don't want to lose the shape of the curve too much. Space stations will be something that you, generally with the larger ships, you will have to park alongside them and take a shuttle across. So, yeah, the shuttles are basically landing craft. So the if you think about the mass of something the size of a space station and the mass of something the size of a starship, and you try and connect those two things together by a docking port, then the leverage forces on that docking port would be immense. Like just the sheer amount of mass in both those vessels being connected by a tiny little point in space, yeah, it would rip the docking port straight off. Now, of course, you could have some kind of flexible tube between the two, but it's much easier just to get in a shuttle and fly across. So you'll park the ship next to the station and then transition across in shuttles. And there's also the point that, like, an alien space station is for sure not going to have a compatible docking adapter. Like, there's no way that two distinct different races would have the same infrastructure. So it kind of doesn't really make sense to try and dock with another race's stuff. That's also why the Magellan's going to have landing pads on its top end. Yeah, I mean, there are definitely solutions you could do, but ultimately, when shuttles are as easy to use as they are, and kind of as ubiquitous as they are within the universe, it's kind of a nothing burger just to hop in a shuttle and drive across. Long hoses. We're going to be fiddling with this bit quite a bit, I expect, in order to get that to smoothly subdivide. So if we, what I want to do is pull this face that way, away from itself, to create kind of the underside of the wing there. I suppose the easiest way to do that is just to grab these and continue them down. Effectively create a face across there. Gives us something to line up against. so we can taper these off to a point as we go. Then we can just get rid of all that geometry in the middle there. I do wish SketchUp wouldn't make these weird duplicate faces. It's quite annoying. Okay, so if we just taper that to a point like that. Okay, and now we just need to basically curve that around so that it goes from curving this way to curving the other way, which of course is easier said than done. Hey 3D Addict, good to see you. And hey Jim, good to see you too. We take that edge again, this time kind of go up there with it, and we'll see whether or not we can make this work. Oh, actually, what we could do... That's just given me an idea. So if we grab this entire half, that on here. Let's make that into a proper path a minute. Yeah, so if I round that all the way up like that, then what we can do is we can sort out that edge. Yeah, we can do something with that. Okay, so all of our quad geometry should line up. So our angle that we want to go with, I guess, is about that. So any piece of this curve that is basically greater than that angle, we can just trim down. But it means that we end up with the right curve at the front. We just need to just blend all this in a little bit, so it's a little bit more uniform. Yeah, so this shouldn't be quite so stepped here. That just needs blending in a bit more. So just lift that up a little bit. So other than that face there, which isn't a quad, all the rest of them should be. Might have to... See, I don't want to drop that edge down too much, so you might need to just pull these ones out a little bit, just to make this more of a square edge. suppose, actually. We want that to be a literal perpendicular edge, so we line it up to that. Then that should be a right angle there. How big's that? A little bit too big. So I'd say no more than 10 centimeters on the wingtip, probably even less to be fair. And we need some kind of tiny rudders on there as well. So we might need to pull the wingtip out ever so slightly just to fit some rudders at the back, or some ailerons. Would it be rudders or ailerons there? Can't quite remember which of the two that would be. Flaps, that'll do. Flaps, yeah. Okay, and then all these edges here just need to come out a little bit, and then we'll gradually just bring that curve in so that it's kind of more in keeping with these ones. So in order to keep our angle consistent, so make sure that we put them in there like that. Which means those can go. So we need to work out where that bit's going to join, and that bit needs smoothing off down there. So we need to kind of reconcile that with this edge. Don't need these bits anymore, they can go away. Okay, so that's basically a flat nose there. And we may curve that up a bit more yet. But before we start doing like the final sculpt, as it were, I just want to try and get it airtight first. And then we'll see what it looks like. I think I'll add a couple of extra supporting edges down here because we don't want that to be too smooth. We'll have it a sharper edge like this one. Maybe match it side by side. I think that's the problem with it. It's too far over that way. Not that it's going to let me move it, of course. That's better. So this green, blue, and red area. This is basically like an analysis of the mesh, and it's saying like these bits are good for subdivision and these bits are bad, basically. Oops. So we just need to make sure that everything is properly set up as a quad, otherwise it's bad juju. Let's just see how... Oh, hang on. Triangles. Yeah, so we've got a triangle here, which is potentially going to cause us some grief. And I think what I'll do is I will maybe quad this bit. Kind of need to try and avoid sticking triangles on edges. Should interfere less with that edge. Right, let's just see what that looks like a minute. Okay, it's not terrible. Be nice to smooth it off a bit more though. I'm happy with the top part. I think that's nice. I think definitely need a couple more supporting edges there for that bit. We'll probably end up with quite a nice smooth wingtip once we do the underside. But yeah, that could be worse. So that is how many? 15 there. I think we'll go with probably about 10 there. By adding in these extra edges, it forces the subdivision to go tighter on this corner here, and it also provides it with more geometry to work with. These are all going to need to be remade. Same on this side. Kind of ended up with another bunch of triangles here, so I think if we keep that as a face and that as a face, it means that one and that one end up being triangles, and then that can be a face. to just improve the geometry around there a little bit. Getting a little bit too dense. The rest of it looks alright there. Okay, so we should end up with a much tighter curve around there now. Yeah, that's better. Gives you more definition on the wing bit. Yeah, that definitely is going to need blending in more around there. But that aside, I think that's decent enough. Obviously, we've got the back bit to do yet. Actually, if we get rid of those faces a minute, you can see it a bit better then. Yeah, so we've got a slightly softer edge on the top of the engine pod there, and a sharper edge where it meets with the wing. And then once we're kind of happy with the geometry, I'll start pulling the wings backwards a little bit, so we've got that kind of flick at the edge. I suppose we can do the tail fin while we're at it. So I measured it, so the whole thing was 3 meters exactly tall. Yeah, so it's exactly 3 meters from the bottom there to the tip of the wing. Yeah, it does have fold down seats. Yeah, that'll do, I reckon. Well, we'll build like a light fitting into the back of it, and have that as just one of them pointy, flashy point lights. Stick one on the wingtips as well. Okay. Right, let's see if we can sort out this underside bit. So that's where those two join. So really we want a smoother curve going around there. So if we start it there, I suppose. Yeah, so we want to curve nicely from there to there. So what I want to do is basically line up the underside of the wing so that it smoothly follows a curve around there, but it's already a straight line, so we'd have to curve it from that one maybe. So from there to there. no easy way of making that smoother, really. I think I'm just going to wing it. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah, that basically. Yeah, wing it on the wing. So we know that our frame pieces are 50 centimeters apart. So each one of these is going to be a structural frame, which is why they're spaced equally like this. So we just need to try and maintain that same consistency in the geometry, if we can. And then I think what we'll do is if we use maybe that face there. So we'll get rid of these faces that are kind of undercutting. We'll line them up properly in a sec. Make sure we're not going in on ourselves too much. does have a certain Thunderbirdsiness about it, doesn't it? That's better. This is just adding the curve underneath now. Although, to be honest, I think I'll leave the underside barer, so that it's a smoother curve. We might need to add another edge loop on there, but we'll see how it looks when we smooth it off. There's no other way of doing that, really. Just have to do that. Right, let's see what it looks like smoothed. Oops, pressed that too many times. Yeah, so I'm still not happy with this bit quite so much. I definitely think that needs more smoothing and tapering just on that bit. But that aside, I think we're almost there. It's a pleasing enough shape underneath. Just fill in a bit more of this geometry, and what I'll do is I'll do an export, and we'll see what we can do with the center of mass. Might be fun just to fly it around a bit. Cut all these faces out on purpose when I was doing the window, but just add them back in for now. I am going to have to obviously do this bit differently because we can't keep following the same lateral pattern all the way down to the point. Maybe, I mean, I suppose we could, but it's going to make drawing windows awkward. So the next thing is getting the window geometry in. It does have some fish-like quality, doesn't it? Yeah, so the inside faces, just copy that out of the way a minute. We grab all of that, and then we bring all that in by 10. Actually, let's do that separately. So copy that out of the way first. find any of the places where they join up and kind of break that join so that we can get the middle bit out separately from the inside there. So anywhere they are connected, we just need to break that. Oh, still connected somewhere. Go. Okay, so this mesh is the inside. So for the inside, we don't need most of that. So we don't need any of these bits. These inside edges basically go down to the floor. We need to draw our internal angle down there. I'm going to join that up with it because that's going the wrong way. So if we borrow this. It does have an orciness to it, doesn't it? You're right. Yeah, so that needs to join up to there. Of course. Yeah, then the inside floor is there, isn't it? Because we've got 30 centimetre cavity underneath the floor. So, yeah, that goes there. So you just need to basically line up this bit to that bit. May as well do it from there. So we want the inside to be fairly straight, where the backs of the chairs are. Yeah, so basically up to there. Kind of needs to come around there a bit. so if we basically bring all these up so that they are equal to that level. So we'll keep the same curve, we'll just make sure that it's coplanar with that face there. And that should connect up that way. There. Just a bit up here. Yeah, so that bit doesn't need any of the stuff we did for the tail fin. So the best way of doing this is just to go across like that, because the ceiling is slightly sloped. Making sure that all those edges are actually coplanar, which they do seem to be, so that's good. Okay, so what I'll do, because we've got some funniness going on here, so I'm going to remove that. That's better, because we know that they're all the right way round. Don't require any triangulation, so they're definitely all nicely coplanar. These ones won't be, I expect. Although, oh no, that one's not. And they are. Okay. Right, so that's our internal face, that's our external face. There's a cavity between them, which is consistently 10 centimeters all throughout. Okay, so I'm going to have to grab that out of there, because that won't subdivide with the inside of it. And then we'll just duplicate and flip that one. Yeah, so you can see without the edge supports, then it rounds off the bottom quite severely. So we need to make sure that we give it some support loops around there to stop that from happening. But that aside, that's not terrible. So we want that to be quite a tight edge. So if we just go in by about, let's give it an inch, maybe even less than that, to be honest. Yeah, 2 centimeters. And then this is where something like Blender has a real edge over SketchUp. Obviously, its subdivision tools are far more sophisticated, and we have issues here, like we've tried to pull that edge away a little bit, but it's created like a non-alignment along that edge. So of course that's now breaking the quad face, which is no good. So you either have to draw in all those lines manually, or quad face tools does have some way of doing that. Where was the insert loops? But yeah, I know on Blender you can just add loops really easily, and it's not as simple in SketchUp. Insert loops, that was it. And yeah, that is not what we wanted to do. Do we have the button on here? Yes, we do. That one. There. Okay, so when you insert a loop, this is what you want it to do, but it's inserted it right in the middle. But we don't want it in the middle. We want it offset from the edge over there. I think what we could probably do is maybe add a loop all the way around. I'm sure there was a split face option though. Was it offset maybe? I don't do this often enough, so that was it, offset, because we want to be able to offset it. See, that's the other limitation with this. So yeah, okay, fine, we're offsetting the loop, but I want to be able to type in like 2 centimeters, but it doesn't support like being able to type in the distance, so you have to kind of eyeball it instead, which is less than ideal for someone who likes to be specific. Yeah, and it kind of half worked on this one, but it's better than nothing. Give that a whirl. That's better. So see, we have a much nicer, tighter edge on this side now because we've added that extra geometry. So on the inside, we've no longer got that huge curve. Much betterer. Might do something similar on this edge as well. Let's just smooth off that curve ever so slightly. So I'm going to go slightly further away on this one. Again, because we want a sharper edge here internally. That's better. It gives us that more of an angular crease along that edge. And then what we'll do is we'll build the actual framework girders into that as well. So to be honest, that's an argument for making it ever so slightly wider and longer, because we need to fit in the bracing on the inside, for which we're attaching the wall panels to. It's not going to be as huge as the Magellan's version, but as an example, we want to be doing something like, just grab that a minute. Or not. That means that one of these edges isn't all the way where it should be. That one's all right. Ah, yeah, that one was slightly off. And that one's slightly off. So is that one. That one's all right. Okay, so that should be a flat face now. Yeah, there we go. So on the Magellan, we've got these 2-inch framework bits that stick out, and that's what we attach everything to. So we'll make them at least half that size on the shuttle, say something like that. Then each one of these go along like that. So that's basically the internal structural ribbing that goes on the inside of the shuttle, and then we attach our panels and things to the internal ribbing, and we draw our lightning holes between each of these structural ribs. And that creates our cavities, and where we've got the engine gubbins in behind there, we will join these two together and have a bigger one. Yeah, that should work quite nicely. Okay, so if we, what's the best way of doing this? Because what I want to do now is, yeah, we've got about an hour and a half. In fact, I've got about an hour until SpaceX. Let me just grab the time a minute. Okay, so yeah, so the launch window for Flight 12 opens in 58 minutes. So let's see whether we can get some interesting stuff done in that time. Yeah, so if we can build a little bit of the interior, and then we'll export this subdivided and with some of this interior stuff done. Then yeah, and then we'll stick some actual thrusters on it, and we'll see whether or not we can make it move, which would be nice. So let's copy. Right, so we get rid of this. Actually, we just keep that. I want to group that up and group that up. Basically get rid of everything else. Okay. Actually, we'll keep the end one. Yeah, so the reason that we have to make the ship ever so slightly bigger is because, well, at least taller, is because we're quite tight for headroom. So if we're adding a little bit of structural framework all the way around, and we're adding floor panels on, which are probably going to be about an inch thick or so, then that's an extra inch or so less headroom that we have. But it's easy enough just to literally just drag that up an extra inch or so without causing any major issues. So this group here is basically it's the group that contains all the different layers. So that when we export it, they should all be lined up. as one solid object. Okay, so here is where the door is going to go. And we'll put that door betwixt two bits of framework. So if we make it a 2-inch, 2-inch wide door, which is basically that, then our framework needs to go either side of that to create the door frame. So that's the track for the door. Okay, and then what's that connected to? So if I was to make that a component, okay, it's already a component, so make that unique. We want to grab just the door frame bit itself. We can get rid of that. Pop that on there. And then pop these on that layer. And that one too. I'll do the same with this one as well. So let's grab that edge, except we only want that bit. And that can go away. That can be made unique. It's important that I make all this the same colour so that the whole thing has one material in Unreal. So if we subdivide that one, and we subdivide that one, that's our smoothed version. We can export out into Unreal. So this is what we had last time. So let's update that with the new one. Hopefully it should look nicer. Worry about all the weird shadows, that's just a mesh preview thing. Yeah, so it's going to look a lot nicer, obviously, once we build windows and things in the front of it. Otherwise, yeah, it does look a bit like a whale. Yeah, much smoother now. Okay. No, I'd need to stick a new animation pose on it to make the guy sit down. But yeah, in terms of a scale marker, it's not terrible. But yeah, I can definitely see us making the shuttles ever so slightly bigger, because I'd say it's about as compact as you'd want. I think a little bit more room would just give a little bit more flexibility. Yeah, and just give us just a little bit more freedom with what we do with the thing. Yeah, I'm going to put some windows down the side. So we'll have a window around the front, obviously quite a big one, and that will be at least down to the level of the console, and that will wrap around a full 180 degrees. And then where the seats are, I think it'd be quite nice to have windows above there. You know, look in the other one, there's a new guy in the way. Yeah, if we have just either a couple of windows, one long window there, like a capsule shaped window, could be quite nice. Or if we take the top of the glass that comes up from the front, and we continue that, put a gap there, and then continue the top of that glass all the way across. That could look quite nice. And then you've just got, obviously when you're sat there, you've got view of space up there, and you're staring at the window rather than staring at the people awkwardly in front of you. Okay, and then the door mechanism and everything can go there. The actual motors and things for it can be on the other side here in our cavity. Some kind of landing feet. I don't think we need wheels necessarily on this. I mean, it's going to be VTOL anyway, so wheels aren't necessary. So maybe we'll just have some skids that pull down. Yeah, that should take care of that. Okay. Right, let's make it move. Yeah, not like skids as in a helicopter, but like 3 feet basically that come down. So the feet can retract flush with the hull, and then just kind of extend down just for landing on. As much as it's a lifting body, it's not designed to land like a plane on a runway. It's supposed to land like a helicopter, like on a snowmobile. Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, potentially wheels would help it move it around. Although one of the things we were toying with was having like magnetic repulsion on the shuttle bay floor. So if we have magnetic pads on the feet, then when the shuttle bay floor is magnetized the opposite way, then essentially they'll just be like levitating. So we could do something like that, or you have trolleys that kind of go under them and jack them up, a bit like how they use like transport erectors on rockets. They literally have a frame that they slide underneath, jack it up like with a car jack, and then that frame itself is on wheels, so you can wheel them around that way. Yeah, will I ever update Windows? That's the question. I mean, how far off it am I? Don't know. I mean, it usually automatically updates. Right, yeah, so let's go and open our other level. So here's a test of the Caravella with the new center of mass fix that we've got. So these are dedicated thruster components basically that we can just plonk onto anything, and they provide thrust to the parent physics actor within a blueprint. So it takes the center of mass as the origin point of the mesh, and obviously you need to then make sure the origin point of the physics mesh is the center of mass that you want to use. Because the automatically calculated center of mass, especially with convex collisions, is never where you want it to be. So we kind of manually place the center of mass, so we define where that goes. But it does rotate around the center of mass, so we need to make sure that we place it in a logical place. So if I just hit play a minute, you'll be able to see what happens here. So you've got the thrusters firing down, and then the other thrusters firing up. So that cancels out the rotation, but the Caravella is now kind of drifting forwards because the center of mass isn't balanced around the RCS thruster locations, so it does kind of make it go forward a bit. The rear RCS thrusters are closer to the center of mass than the front ones are, so yeah, hopefully that forward movement will cancel out once we're actually using the rear ones as well. But yeah, it's going to require a bit of tweaking. So just so everyone's on the same page, the actual sublight movement of the ship it does use real physics. So it has actual physics thrusters that do thrust around a physics simulating body. It won't use full orbital dynamics, so you won't need to actually, put the ship in a parking orbit to stop it losing altitude. But sublight flight between objects in space will be fully Newtonian. Obviously, we'll have a flight assist mode to help with that, but by default, it'll be fully Newtonian. Just not the orbital mechanics part. So what we want to do now is we want to make a shuttle version of this. So if we duplicate that a minute. And we change the mesh. So we want to... I just completely copied the wrong thing. That's the one I wanted to copy. And oh yeah, of course, so we need to export it facing the other way as well. So let's do that a minute. And while we're at it, let's just have a thought about that center of mass. So right now, the center of mass would be here, the origin point of the mesh. So at the very least, we want that to be in the middle somewhere. And given that at the moment the thrusters are here, we need the center of mass to be exactly where the thrusters are. The center of the thruster needs to be the center of the center of mass. So that would put the center of mass there. Now I imagine the actual center of mass is probably going to be slightly lower than that. So depending on where we put that center of mass, we're going to have to move these engines up or down to make sure that we absolutely nail it, like to the millimeter with the center of mass, so that when we're thrusting both of these engines, we're pushing along the exact center of mass, not offset above or below, because otherwise the ship's going to do that or that. And then the middle of it obviously needs to be measured as well. So if we draw a line from there to the back edge there, ignoring the flappy bit. Okay, so the midpoint there needs to be aligned to that there. Wow, look at that, I was 1.4 centimeters off with my guess. Not a bad guess. Okay, so the RCS thrusters obviously also care about the center of mass. So we need to make sure that the RCS thrusters we put on the front are equal distance from the center of mass to the ones on the back, and ideally equally above and below it as well. They don't need to be exactly above and below, but where we put the RCS is going to directly determine the handling of the shuttle. So it's a big deal that the more to the outer edges you can place them, the more maneuverable the shuttle will be. Because if you have all the thrust kind of clustered around close to the center of mass, then it won't turn as nicely. So we just need to make sure we get that bit right. Yes, and then we also need to rotate this 90 degrees that way for the export, because we want to export along the positive x direction, which is Unreal's forward vector. Yeah, so we can dynamically change the center of mass at runtime if we need to, but ideally not if we can avoid it. I do have these set up the other way around, so just for testing purposes, I'm going to flip this the other way. I did some weird rotation logic because the galaxy obviously moves around the static ship interior, so space moves around the ship. So when the ship is moving forward, space is moving backwards. So if we turn the ship around the other way, and then front and back is reversed, then we're actually moving space forwards towards you rather than away from you when the ship moves. There was some logic in that when I did it in the first place, but I'm going to invert that at some point, which means this will need turning around, but for now it can be like that. That's fine. Don't want that one, we want that one. Okay. So basically we then kind of work out exactly where we want the RCS thrusters to be physically positioned on the ship. Don't think I made rear facing ones, so I'll make a couple of those. And then while we're at it, let's make those little cubes smaller. going to do is I'm going to put them all in the middle. So I've got them all in one place. Right, and then they can be positioned. And then we shall make a couple more. So we want aft. To remember my naming convention now. So aft, port, aft. So that would be this one. And we just need to decide where we're putting it. Make sure it's exactly with the center of mass. And up there, so let's call that 357. And let's say, actually, let's be super precise about it and actually measure it. So from the middle of the vessel, it needs to be 134.9. So if we do 134.9, that puts it in the middle of the thruster. And then we will duplicate that. So then we want aft, starboard aft. And then that one would be the opposite side to the other one. Otherwise, everything else is the same. Okay, so we've got two little thrusters at the back. I'll ignore those ones for now. And then here, yeah, so we're going to have to change some of these values. Right, so we've got apparently SpaceX are now go for prop load, and it looks like we've got some frosty rings on the ship, so it's definitely prop loading. They've removed, oh no, they haven't, 24 minutes to launch. Right, so aft, port, aft, can get, no, don't do that. So aft, port, aft, aft, starboard, aft. Okay. Yeah, we don't need to do that. Actually, we don't have any opposed ones. Yeah, so so we'll fire them for 3 seconds and then turn them off. So aft, port, aft, aft, starboard, aft. So the way the sublight engines are going to work in the game is basically we've got these thrusters that we can just plonk arbitrarily wherever we want over a ship, and all we're doing is we're sending what our max thrust is in newtons for that particular thruster and what our throttle percentage is. So we can control how deeply we're throttling and what the maximum thrust would be. And obviously it will apply that thrust to the vessel. 500 newtons per engine is going to be huge for a tiny shuttle. Obviously for the Caravella it only just turns it, but we want a little bit more thrust than that. Let's just grab where it's hiding. Okay, there we go. So yeah, that's a tiny little shuttle compared to the Caravella. So we just pop that over there where it's not going to whack into anything. Right. So it should wait a few seconds and then thrust. Okay, thruster's thrusted, but it went nowhere. So let's see if we can work out why. So just to confirm, the mesh is movable. Ooh, I know why it didn't move. It's because it's currently set up with the wrong type of collision profile. So it's using complex collisions, which we don't want it to do. We need to build auto-convex collisions on that. So auto-convex collisions, just make a simple collision mesh. Let's just go mad with it. Okay, perhaps it doesn't need quite that many. So this is why we can't rely on this to calculate the center of mass, like, because things like this, the auto-convex collisions never produce a perfectly symmetrical collision mesh, so you end up with offset center of mass, which is why we have to use the workaround of forcing the mesh origin as our center of mass. But now that we've done that, obviously we'll have two versions of this. We'll have the physics version, which has simple collisions, and the internal walk around version, which will have full collisions. The shuttle will be available in the base game for free as part of the Magellan. So we'll probably at some point make a custom shuttle for the Caravella, something a little bit less frumpy. Because it is quite a frumpy shuttle. We'll do like a sleeker, sexier looking version for the Caravella, which will come with the Caravella. But no, for the Magellan, it will just have the frumpy shuttle. Obviously, it's a key part of the game, so we can't not include it. Yay! It moved, and it's moving in a straight line, which means that our center of mass is working. So if we boop it, boop. Oh, it's not. Yeah, it's not set up to collide with people. Okay. So that's good. Right, let's see if we can do more with it. Obviously this is just me testing stuff, so none of this will be part of the actual thing. It's just me testing. Yeah, so we want to, after 5 seconds, we'll fire those little engines for 3 seconds and then turn them off. And then I guess if we wait a second, then we'll fire the opposing thrusters to stop it again. Obviously these are just the RCS, so I've lined those up with the main engines. So really, we'll have to put those outward of that. We'll have a little RCS port here, I think either side of the engine. In fact, let's go ahead and do that. Because we want the main engines to be obviously a lot more thrusty. So we put that maybe 150, 160, 170, put that all there. Then we'll move them in a bit. 340, 330. Same on this side. So they have to always be balanced, obviously. Yeah, so we'll have some RCS ports adjacent to the main engine, and then the main engine itself will be obviously the main source of thrust. Sounds good, CSI. Right, so then we want a forward port forward, which is that one. Why is it facing that way? Forward, port, forward. Yeah, it should be facing that way. So the forward-facing RCS, it doesn't need to be out as far as this one. It doesn't matter how far away they are laterally from the center of mass, but vertically they must be the same height as the center of mass. So that must be there. So you can now see the issue of having the center of mass so high is that the forward-facing thruster has to be all the way up there, which is probably under the window, but perhaps a little uncomfortably so. So yeah, 1 meter out would be there. And if we say minus 265, oh no, not that far. Minus 265, yeah, say there. And then forward, starboard forward, that one. So same difference with that one. So we want minus 100 that way. What should we say? 265. Put that one there. Yeah, so defining where these thrusters are going to be placed kind of then defines the actual mesh itself, because obviously the RCS thruster ports that are visible on the mesh need to be where the thrust is actually physically coming from. So we just need to make sure that we do that work now so that we know where we're modeling it to. Yes, Sockbox. Yeah, so all of the ships, the shuttles, and everything. Ooh, nearly tripped over my stool. All of that is all physically driven by the thrusters. So they are physics bodies physically being thrusted about. And this is the cool part of this. If one of these thrusters is damaged or in any way less efficient than it normally is, you will immediately feel that in the flight model, because all of a sudden you'll be turning left more efficiently than you're turning right, and you'll feel the health of the thrusters. Yes indeed, graceful degradation. So the flight model will be informed by the damage model directly. And this is why we want to do this stuff as a simulation, not as a pre-programmed, pre-scripted thing, because by simulating all the components, you are making an organic system where failures are emergent as part of that system. So again, if something has a dodgy fuel feed or something is slightly damaged, that immediately affects the handling without that handling difference needing to be pre-programmed, because it's literally simulated, which is a good thing. And yes, we do need some kind of a PID, especially when it comes to the autopilot. We will have a flight assist mode, and that's basically going to be basically roll nulling. So if you take your hands off the controls, if flight assist is enabled, when you take your hands off the controls, it will gracefully come to a stop. So it will cancel out all the roll. So you're not suddenly going to find yourself like spinning out of control. You just hit flight assist and it will cancel all that out. But you will still need to provide opposite thrust when actually maneuvering, because it's a simulated model. It really does like nom 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 nom. Yeah, actually, adding thrusters has basically given it eyes. It's even more fish-like now. It'll be a happy little shuttle once we give it windows and a nose. Oh, 10 minutes to go on Starship, by the way. I will switch to it with 5 minutes to go. Okay, so we want to duplicate all of this, and to cancel out our velocity, all we need to do now is replace these references with the forward ones. So we want forward port forward, that one, and then forward starboard forward, that one, and then forward port forward, that one, forward starboard forward, that one. Right, so it should now thrust forwards and then stop itself with some opposing thrust without rotating anywhere. Great. It's funny how much that looks like an angry whale. Okay, let's just do that again. Yep, there we go. So again, we've got a little bit of leftover movement, which is to be expected because ultimately we're like fully physics driven. So unless it's like precise, you're always going to have a little bit of leftover movement. But yeah, so we're able to thrust forward and backwards around the center of mass, and because the center of mass is set so precisely, we're not imparting any rotation into the system at all. It's purely forward and then purely backwards. So that'd be a good thing. Right, so before we switch over to SpaceX, let's very quickly do something mental. Let's up that to 2,000 newtons per engine, and then just see what it looks like. was wondering whether it was going to like twist or anything, but no, it didn't. Brilliant. Okay, so mission accomplished, I reckon. Yeah. Right, let's quickly find the SpaceX feed. So hopefully this thing's actually going to launch tonight. Yeah, I think when you need to have a look at the amount of newtons we're using, because 2,000 newtons per engine sounds like a lot for such a tiny shuttle. But yeah, I'll have a look at the mass, because it calculates the mass automatically based on the volume of the collision mesh. Again, we can override the mass if we want to, so we might just need to tweak that ever so slightly. Storage-wise, I'll let that interviewer Jared Isaacman go on in the background. Yes, fuel-wise, we're going to use the wings as our fuel tanks, the same way that a plane will. I think we do need to make the wings a bit longer. But yeah, so we've really got all of this cavity for fuel. And there's no reason why we can't use the underside underneath here for fuel as well. So yes, they are ion thrusters, but they're a futuristic sci-fi hand-wavy version of them. So basically we're using something like a Vasmir engine, which is basically a plasma rocket. But we're sacrificing maximum speed for higher thrust. So the ships have a maximum speed that they can go, but we have a higher thrust. So we're solving the thrust problem of ion engines by making it sci-fi. Yeah, we had to hand wave it somewhere. But yes, the fuel tanks will be in here, along with coolant and that sort of stuff. 4 minutes to go, by the way. So when it comes to whether or not we have a reactor on this thing, or whether we just fill it with batteries underneath and have it require recharging, is currently undecided. That really depends on how big the reactor needs to be and what the mission profile of the shuttle is. Ultimately, the shuttle's designed to take you down to a planetary surface and bring you back to the ship. It doesn't need anything more than that as part of its flight profile, or taking you from the main ship onto an adjacent space station and back again. They're not designed for long journeys. Again, in a sci-fi hand-wavy way, the engines are dual purpose, so they'll work just as well in the atmosphere as they will in space. High thrust ion engines. Yeah, I guess the delta V is kind of infinite in a hand wavy way, but at the same time, you are limited by either battery charge or fuel capacity. Yeah, we're ignoring tank slosh. You can pretend that the baffles. Well, I guess we've got these ribbings. Like the ribbing can be the anti-slosh baffles. It's a game. It's a game. There's only so much you can do. 2 minutes for SpaceX. Yeah, it's going to be cryogenic. So we'll probably have cryogenic argon stored in the wings, and that'll get you a long way. Obviously, we're storing the gas as liquid, so it is densely stored. I don't know what the freezing point of, or the condensing point of argon is. It doesn't necessarily need to be argon. It could be something like argon. Alright, should we pop SpaceX on?
Some engine wiggles here, as Dan mentioned earlier.
Turn off the music.
These allow us to check out the thrust vector control actuators on these engines.
How's the volume?
Make sure that they can steer.
Yeah, that's definitely right. And flame diverter on pad 2 activates at around T-minus 17 seconds and enters what is essentially the point of no return at T-minus 10 seconds. If we have a hold close to T-minus 17 seconds, there's a chance we could recycle, but the closer we get to T-minus 10, the lower that chance becomes. We just heard we're at T-minus 1 minute.
Yeah, so at this point in time, we're going to stop talking. We're going to let the
We managed, what, 28 seconds to go yesterday?
Amazing pad sounds of the first flight of Starship version 3.
I would love to be there right now.
We are holding. We were just waiting for the fuel pushbacks to complete into the prop farm. We did hear that that did just complete, so expecting them to reset that hold shortly.
Just going to share this on Discord a minute.
Clock, the hold is reset, clock is rolling.
Flight directors go for launch. Minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, ignition.
Nice.
We have liftoff.
So much better than the pancake trench. Wow, those shockwaves are intense.
Booster Raptor, chamber pressure nominal.
I wonder if NASA spaceflight's camper van survived. He had it parked next to Hopper, apparently.
Ascending over the Gulf now, coming up on maximum aerodynamic pressure.
Booster and ship, avionics power, telemetry nominal.
Systems looking good. We're just passing through the period of maximum dynamic pressure.
Yeah, given that this is the first time the Raptor V3's ever flown, so that's a win. The first time the V3 booster's ever flown, that's a win.
Vibrations chilling out here at
They're already at max Q, that's mental.
Starship Flight 12 arc out over the Gulf. The next major thing coming up is going to be hot staging.
Booster prop systems nominal.
Reminder, we do what's our version of MECO. Most engines cut off.
Oh yeah, sorry, of course.
All but 5 of the Raptor engines on the booster. And then
how do we
after
get rid of
that
little me?
happens, we're going to ignite the
Just
6
put me
engines
over there,
on
that'll
the
do.
ship while it is still attached. We have clamps that hold the 2 together. Those are going to retract inside of that hot stage ring, kind of protect them. We had one of the
Max
engines
Q
go out,
is
go
when the
on
vehicle is
32
undergoing
of
maximum
the
dynamic
Raptor engines.
pressure.
But again, once we get the hot staging, those 6 engines on the ship
So you
are
reach that
going to
point
ignite.
where, as the atmosphere is
We're gonna do it
thinning,
in a
the
little
pressure
bit
on the
different
vehicle is
of
decreasing,
the,
even though you're speeding up. So there's like a point where you hit maximum pressure and then it decreases.
Essentially, those 3
That's where the
RVAC
vehicle's at
engines
its
will
most
ignite
danger.
first. Almost immediately after, just one of those central engines is going to ignite, and that's going to give the booster a bit of a kick, sending it in a known direction, followed shortly
Yeah,
after
we've lost a
by
V3
the other
Raptor.
two. We're through MECO.
Each separation.
most engines cut off. Oh, they didn't melt through the dome. That's a good
There
sign.
you go. Successful hot staging separation. We are not seeing as many booster engines ignite as we
Oh, that
expected for boost back.
that booster looks
But we
like
are
it's
seeing 6
twisting.
good engines lit on ship. It looks like we just had an early boost back shutdown. Again, a reminder, the booster was planned to essentially head into the Gulf for a splashdown, but it has shut its engines down early on into boost back.
If you watch that back, you can see that not all the engines were lit on the booster,
we
and it
can
started
see
like
one of
twisting.
the RVAC, so we're now running on 5 engines on ship. We do have engine out capability, so it's going to continue into its ascent. You got booster on the left there, ship on the right.
Ship avionics power
Again,
and
we are
telemetry nominal.
not planning on bringing the booster back for this flight, as this was the very first time. All right, so we're about 3 minutes, 50 seconds into today's flight. Just a reminder, the ship planned to burn its engines for about 8 minutes and change. About 8 minutes and 11 seconds is our planned timeline for today. That could shift slightly as we do have 1 engine out, running on 1 fewer RVACs.
The 3 central engines are the ones that gimbal, so they should have complete control authority. The outer 3 engines are the vacuum engines, and they don't have gimbaling, so they should be all right.
All of the engines ignite that we expected. Are continuing to get some views from it, though. That's going to make a splashdown somewhere in the Gulf.
I wonder if they'll try an entry
Clear
burn.
air, sea space, everything for these launches.
I mean, the booster looks like it's heading like bum first, which is where it should be going.
All right, so we are coming up on T plus 5 minutes. Ship continuing to fire 5 of the 6. Standing by for callouts, making sure ship's on its planned trajectory. Again, we are planning a suborbital trajectory for the ship today. Booster giving us some views as it continues to make its way back down towards the water. All right, so a little over 5.5 minutes in flight. Kate, Jake, you guys with me? It looks like boosters starting to come in hot.
I'm surprised they didn't do a deorbit burn
stand
on
outside
that.
to watch launch, and wow, that was incredible.
Yeah, that was really
Those
loud,
engine
really
bells are not
shaky,
happy.
and I was actually surprised how fast the booster got off the pad, or the whole stack. That was quite incredible.
Absolutely. So we have views here from the booster coming back down, making its way into the Gulf.
I wonder if they're going to try a landing burn.
Healthy chamber pressures on 5 out of 6 ship Raptor engines.
Great news there for
Starship.
Starship.
Oh, they are. Nice.
Once again, we were not going to bring the super heavy booster back to the tower. We were planning on.
Oh, I think it
having
just
land in
exploded.
the Gulf.
Huh. Or maybe.
Looks like the booster ended its mission there in the Gulf, but we've got a ship still flying. Great to see that. Still have 5 out of 6 engines there on S39.
Yes, we also heard good chamber pressures as well on those engines that are
Yeah,
lit.
it
We do have engine out capability.
it hit hard, I
We have
think.
one of the RVAC, one of the Raptor vacuum engines that is currently out, but that's okay. Ship is continuing on. Amazing views of planet Earth there
I think
in the
that's
background.
its plume there in the background. That's
Yeah,
quite
I
cool.
love the S39 decal there. That just gives the ship a little bit of character. And again, all these great views brought to you by Starlink, of course.
Oh, of course, yeah. So the Starlinks on this one, the last 2 have cameras. So we should be able to see Ship 39 if they deploy.
To get these upgraded cameras. A look inside of the ship's to fire as well. We did see at least a couple engines fire up on booster for that landing burn before we lost contact with it. We should have just a little over 20 seconds to go. We'll see if the burn extends a little bit for the engine out. Essentially, you can run your engines a little bit longer or throttle up a little bit more to account for the one engine not being lit. So right now we are standing by for Seco.
Guess they're letting Starship decide when to shut the
Again,
engines
we are
off.
continuing to go a little bit longer. Five engines still burning on ship.
Be quite impressive that they managed to do all the mission profile with one engine out.
Plus 9 minutes.
I guess that's, you know, that's why they've got the redundancy of so many engines.
And starting to see shut down. RVACs have shut down. Sea levels are shut down.
Nice. So the question now is, are they in the right place?
On the ship orbit insertion, but we have shut down again. We did run longer as we were engine out. We were flying with 5 of those 6 Raptors pretty much the whole time.
Ship FTS is saved.
They've turned off the flight termination software, so it can no longer blow up.
All right, well, we definitely got a ship in space right now.
Yeah, I've had a lot of ideas from SpaceX. Yeah, a lot of how I work is inspired by SpaceX's way of doing things.
Incredibly excited to see Starship there in space. We are awaiting the call out of nominal insertion, so we're going to stand by for that. We can see the flaps moving here, actuating. But wow, the cheers here in the lobby are certainly almost as loud as liftoff was.
Yeah. Man, a lot of action going on. And, you know, we said at the top of the show, excitement guaranteed, and we're only 11 minutes in. We still have a lot more to go here on the mission today. So all objectives are done on the booster, so now all eyes are on the ship as we get ready for our in-space objectives.
Exactly. So like I said, we're still standing by to hear the call out for nominal orbital insertion, but we've got a few minutes before the next milestone. So we're going to continue. We've got some amazing views here of the ship. Wow, it's just that this is our planet. This is our home. As a reminder, the objectives for ship today not only included the separation that we saw, but we're also planning
Okay,
to
what I'm going to
deploy
do, because we're
20,
going to be in a coast phase for a
Starlink
while,
simulator satellites, as
so I'm going to
well
move that
as
out of the way.
2 Dodger Dog satellites. That's
I'm going to
what our internal teams.
mute them for a minute. I'm going to find myself again. Yeah, I'll try and make the views that good. But I'll go back to the SpaceX feed when we're going to do something like open the Pez dispenser door and stuff. Don't think they've got anything planned now for a good 5 or 10 minutes. So while they're doing that, let's place a few more RCS thrusters on this thing. Yeah, we're using ion engines, so we don't need. I mean, there's no engine bell on an ion engine at all, so we don't necessarily need that same thing. I mean, the reason you have an engine bell is because of gas expansion. We don't necessarily have that problem with ion engines. Yeah. Yeah, this isn't it's not going to look like that. Obviously, it's going to have a proper nose and windows and things. That's just how far we've got with it so far. Yes, I can extend the wings a little bit. I mean, easily done. All we need to do is unsubdivide. So I'm hoping that those are perpendicular. Yeah, they are. So we can do something like that. That takes the width to just over 5 meters. Okay, we're coming up to payload deploy with SpaceX shortly. Oops, broke that bit. Okay, I shall move back to SpaceX in a sec. In fact, let's go over to that now. So we should be about to see them open the PEZ dispenser, and then it'll shoot out some Starlink satellites.
33 of those Raptor engines got through a successful hot staging. Initially lit 6
I
engines
shall
on the
move
ship,
myself
had one
again.
RVAC go out on the way uphill, but still able to make it into space.
Yeah, put me up there.
right now. We're trying to see if we are going to get into payload.
Oh,
deploy
door's open.
Coming up right on the part of the timeline when we were expecting it. Look inside a Starship there. Oh, I see a door opening.
Yeah, I will sweep the wings back on the shuttle,
Looks like
definitely.
Halden Wait Pez door is open. Just a reminder, we've got 22 deployables in the payload bay today. 20 of those Starlink mass simulators, and then 2 are Dodger dogs, as we like to call them internally, sitting out their modified V2 Starlink satellites. Those are going to be testing a bunch of components that we're planning to fly on Starlink V3, and we've also got them outfitted with a number of cameras for another tech.
That's very true,
demo
actually.
trying out
And
on this
we are
flight.
currently
We
streaming on
definitely are looking for a way
Starlink, so
that we
you're
can
watching
look
me
at,
on Starlink too.
Starship's heat shield while it's still in space. You can kind of only see so much from the cameras and the flaps. You can't see everything kind of on the underbelly. And
Apparently these ones are going to
do that
deploy
is if you
at
got
twice the
something
speed of the
else
previous
flying
ones.
So we're going to attempt
So we'll
to
see how quickly they go.
our final 2 satellites going out the door have a suite of cameras on them that are going to be looking back at the ship. We're going to be at nighttime, and so we've got, sounds like we're getting into payload deploy. We'll be at nighttime. They've got some powerful
Yeah.
flashlights on them to try and illuminate the ship's heat shield while we fly away from it. So, we see some Pez motion. Pew, pew.
It's a lot smoother than the first time they did it. It was like clunking off the door.
2 down, 20 to go. As a reminder, that's one of the things that we upgraded in version 3. Kind of gave a little soup up to the Pez dispenser, so those satellites going to move out a little bit quicker than they did on previous Starship flight tests. So first 2 out the door, 2 more on their way out. All right, 4 down, 18 to go.
I love that people are cheering a mass simulator.
Flexing my basic math skills here today. Again, the majority of this stack, 20 of these 22 satellites, they're essentially just mass simulators, so they're roughly the same size as those Starlink V3 sats that we're hoping to fly later this year.
Clearly they do.
And from this top-down view, so you're looking down at the stack, those 2 satellites you see on the very top, that they'll look very different. They've got solar arrays, they've got a bunch of other deployables on them that we're going to be testing out that are going to be V3 tech, and they've got 3 engineering cameras and then 1
Almost,
other
yeah.
camera
So they had
that's
to
hopefully gonna
they had
be
to
able to
relight
use
one of the Raptors
Starship
to test
in
that,
space.
deploy the satellite
We
test
will see
test
how that works.
satellites.
Again, this very much a tech demo. We're
Yeah,
gonna
and I'm
deploy
looking
this
forward to seeing
satellites,
the footage from the last
try
2.
and turn everything on, look back at Starship.
And then of course we've got the landing test, because they want to make sure that they can hover Starship in the right place to simulate a catch on a virtual tower. So we should hopefully see Starship hovering over the sea
Out the door,
for like a
and
second
I think
or so.
that counts, or that comes up to 8 total.
As you can tell, the teams are stoked to see this demonstration happening. It's pretty
It's true.
incredible
If I was there,
to
I'd be
have
cheering
live
too,
space.
for sure.
As we noted earlier in the show, but worth repeating, this Starship version 3 is built to deploy up to 60 of Starlink's more advanced V3 satellites. Everything's V3. Designed to offer 60 terabits per second of downlink capacity per satellite. Now that is 20 times more than each Falcon 9 does today. Incredible.
All right, I think that's number 10 going out the door.
Oh, I don't know. I think there's a lot of
Yeah,
just
there it
camaraderie
goes.
and just that party atmosphere.
So yeah, the camera view you have on your left screen there is basically right at the bottom of...
It must be an amazing feeling when, like,
So
you and your
the
team
kinda dome
have
shape,
put so much blood, sweat, and tears into something like
there
this,
is-
and to
that's
see it
at the
actually
top of the
working
fuel tank.
is just incredible.
Then the camera view that you have on the
Like
right
the engineering that's gone into some of
camera,
this,
we have
some of the
vision,
components on
so
this
that
is
you
just
can
insane.
see
Like
basically
the V3
light
Raptor engines
through
are,
the open Pez
are like,
dispenser door.
I don't know, they're like
But you see
witchcraft.
that sliver of light. We can see the Starlinks here deploying as each one comes through.
Like someone was saying the other day, on launch, the amount of kinetic energy that Starship produces is equal to 3 to 5% of the world's combined kinetic energy used in energy production. So like dams, wind turbines, and anything that uses kinetic energy to produce power, Starship is 3 to 5% of that globally on launch, and that's just a crazy amount of thrust.
Yeah, that's right. And seeing this, like, I think Dan called them turbocharged or supercharged Pez dispenser. It's definitely coming out much faster than our previous flights, so that is really good to see. Yeah, look at that. And especially once we, fill Starship up all the way with around 60 or so of these Starlinks, being able to deploy them
It is
fairly
insane.
expediently, is going to be important for designing the overall mission profile.
Yeah. Now, fans of
I think it's like
Starship
something like
may know
7,000
that
tons of
lots
thrust.
Unprecedented
No,
views,
actually, no, that's
both
not
from
right. Can't be
space, as
that.
we see here,
Can't remember
and
what
on
can't remember what the stat was
In
now,
addition to
but
the dozens of cameras on
it's
Starship
horsepower.
itself,
Sorry,
we
no,
also
it's like
have
7,000 or
camera
7
kits
million
deployed
horsepower.
in the
Hang on,
Indian
I need
Ocean.
to look it up now.
Yeah, Starlink also connects our aerial cinematography units on the ground at Starbase and at other strategic camera spots around Texas.
It's all part of how it all comes together
Uh,
to tell the incredible story.
yeah,
of
the Raptor
Starship
3 engine
on and
is
off planet.
183 megawatts of power per engine,
All right, we're
which is
getting
equal
low
to
on
about
time,
280,000
but we got
horsepower
2 more of those
per engine.
simulators to go out.
So there's 32 of them.
Time for
So, hang on.
those modified Starlink satellites. Just a couple of updates while we continue to watch payload deploy.
What's
dig
that on the
confirmation. We're
calculator?
gonna be
Hang
skipping
on. So
that relay
280
of the Raptor engine, just due to everything that we
times
saw on the way uphill.
32. Yeah,
Those
8.9
fuel
million
lines,
horsepower.
We're going to use them for a landing burn, though. They are still
Mad.
capable to be used for that. So we'll still look to do a controlled landing in the Gulf, but no in-space relay.
You can see it on the NASA spaceflight stream with all the trucks lined up. There's like dozens of them.
And then coming up are our Dodger dogs. So these are modified V2 Starlink satellites. We do have a number of cameras on these that are going to attempt to look back at Starship. We're not going to get this video in real time, but we're going to try and turn it around if we do get some video down. So don't worry. If we
Oh,
get
I was
views
hoping for
of
real-time
Starship
video.
From these satellites, we will be sharing. These will be exciting because again, they're really a tech demo, getting our chance to test out some of the technologies for version 3. All right, I think that's 18 and 20. My basic math skills are failing now. All All right, here we go.
We're standing by for Starship. Basically, just
Now that would be why SpaceX are installing natural gas pipelines to do away with the trucks, and they're also doing their own condensers as well.
One out the door. In this view, you can kind of see on the right side of the satellite, you see some bright white spots. Those are our flashlights. Beneath them, the camera is going to attempt to look back and image Starship's heat shield as it flies slowly away from the vehicle. And there it goes.
Flashbang.
Let there be light.
Yeah, it almost looks like the light is just shining right at us there.
If you couldn't tell, we're pretty excited.
Yeah.
It is always sunny in space.
Always sunny in space, and that looks like an empty payload bed. So
Sure does.
that's exactly what you want to see there. That's great. So yeah, with payload deploy complete, oh, you can see the door closing there. All right, there we go. So yeah, with payload deploy complete, Starship
Well, we
will
shall
now float-
leave them for a minute. And I'll go back to that depending on how long it's going to be before they get to re-entry. Not quite sure how long they're coasting for. But yes, we can also move these back, of course, as well. So we can bring this, I guess, roughly level with the engine nozzle. Yeah, so we're going to have to move bits of this around. So that needs to roughly line up with there. And then we're going to need a join around about there. Let's do that before we do that. So we want to basically just add an extra face on there. There we go. Then we can move that back. Just increase this curve a little bit. And I can join up with that edge, which will make the geometry a bit easier. That now. What's going on there? Okay, there we go. Wider wings and slightly swept back. Yeah, we'll do the landing struts when we're a bit further along. I do think we need to remove some of the curve here, though. It's a little bit too smooth there, maybe. Maybe not. Oh, hang on. SpaceX are showing some PES footage. Very cool. I love how much engineering data they're going to get from this as well. awesome shot. So I don't think they're quite hitting the exosphere yet. I mean, they're 139 kilometers up. I mean, like the official boundary of space is 100 kilometers, isn't it? So I don't think they're hitting anything substantial. Although, saying that, I'm pretty sure what you're seeing there is the ullage thrusters. And that must be city lights down there, although I'm not sure where. I know that they're landing in the Indian Ocean, like off the coast of Australia. So I don't know. I mean, they can't be flying over any. Oh, it must be clouds then, because they're not flying over any land. So yeah, that must be clouds. Oh yeah, I didn't see the map. Okay, we'll come back to that in a minute when it gets a bit lower into the atmosphere. Yeah, I definitely think swept back wings definitely works, and I think we need a swept back stabilizer fin as well, just to complete the look. Now it looks even more like a fish. It's got stubby little fins. Yeah, as much as I said to maybe not have that quite so soft on that edge, I'm actually quite liking how smooth that is. So maybe we'll leave it like that. Right, let's see if we can make it do a roll around that center of mass without it messing up too much. So on our little test here, we set this back to 500. No, not 5,000. It'll be interesting to see whether or not we can induce a full roll whilst it's doing its thrust. So we'll roll it over and stop it at the same time. Starship has just started hitting the atmosphere, by the way, so we're starting to see some plasma build up. So yeah, pretty much right on cue, 100 kilometers. I shall go back to that when it gets a bit more spicy. Oh, anything and everything, thank you. Very much appreciated. Here, have a heart. So if we move, which RCS should we move? I'm just going to pop them around the midpoint for now, although, yeah, actually they're going to have to be completely in line with the center of mass, otherwise they're going to induce pitch. So we want forward port, which is that one. So that's facing the wrong way. Okay, so that needs to be definitely 0 there. So 0, 0. Let's say 125. And obviously, oh, that's the wrong one, isn't it? That's for sideways. We don't want sideways. We want up. So forward pour up. That's what we wanted. So 0, 0, 0, 125. Okay, and then forward port down. So FPD. So 0, 125. Oops, 125, 0. Just put them on top of each other for now. Oh, Michael Gollard, thank you. I can't give you a heart. I would if I could. There's no button for it. But thank you. Very much appreciated. Then we want forward starboard down. So 0, minus 125, 0. And then forward starboard up. That one. 0, minus 125, 0. Okay. So when we have the aft RCS thrusters, obviously we can then put them forward and aft of the center of mass. But whilst the center of mass is there, which seems, oh yeah, I measured it to the tip, so it feels out of place there. But I think I'll move that center of mass back a bit because the bulk of the ship is here. So we'll adjust that. But yeah, as long as they're equally placed around the center of mass, we should be okay. So we should be able to induce roll just from those locations. Obviously, we don't thrust through anything. So it's when the thrusters are providing thrust, they're literally just providing thrust. They don't care if geometry is in the way of them or not. So obviously, when we actually build the RCS locations, we'll put them in places where there is no geometry. But for testing purposes, it won't care that there's bodywork in the way. Caesar, thank you. Oh, I can give you a heart. Here, have a heart. Starship's down to 76 kilometers now. Right, so now we've got those there. So we want, hang on, forward port down, and then forward starboard up. Okay, yeah. And then again here, because we want to turn those off. So similar to the other one, we'll have it going for 3 seconds and then turn them off. With 0 throttle. Okay, then the same again over here, except this time we want forward port up and then forward starboard down. And again here, forward port up, forward starboard down. So it should do a roll and cancel out that roll whilst it's thrusting forwards. And then I'll go back to Starship because it's starting to get spicy. Oh, hang on. Let's do that again. We missed it. Thank you. There we go. Yeah, so that's working perfect. So we are barrel rolling and cancelling out that roll around our centre of mass, and we're not getting any pitch being injected into it. So yeah, our centre of mass is definitely working perfectly. Right, back to Starship, which is getting rather warm. Thank you, guys. I absolutely love that that SpaceX streamed this with Starlink, and that Starlink's able to penetrate through the plasma stream. But because the Starlink terminals are on the top of the on top of Starship, obviously it's punching a hole down through the plasma, so the Starlink signal can still get up out of it, which is amazing, really, when you think about it. Hey, Melissa. That's suspiciously... Oh, that must have been an ullage vent. Yeah, it must have been. I was going to say, that plume was too high up the rocket to be normal, but it must be a vent there. It works, Melissa, but you need a pretty capable machine to be able to run it. I don't think your laptop GPU can handle it very well. I mean, to put it into perspective, on medium settings, my RTX 4090 is rendering it at about 60 FPS. And that's on medium. In VR, obviously. Not in VR, I get something like 120 FPS on high, or maximum. So yeah, rendering in VR is way, way heavier than rendering it normally. Mostly because you're rendering two screens at once, and those screens are much higher resolution than a monitor would be. So you're rendering like 4K per eye. So it's yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, Starship's doing quite well. There's no burn through this time, at least not yet. And the last couple of entry attempts, we've had quite a lot of burn through. Although nothing can beat the first one. I can't believe it managed to land. I mean, it had, like, the flaps were literally hanging off by the time it got to the surface. It was just like completely burnt through and bits just melted. And it still managed to land. It was amazing. It was like the little Starship that could. Yeah, they won't do it at this point. Now they're into a re-entry. They will try and do a soft splashdown, though. Hang on, 2 secs. I have returned. Not on this flight, no. Unless they've got some floating chopsticks off the coast of Australia. Although they might go for a chopstick landing on flight 13 if they can basically prove this one can hover in the right place. I think they wanted to test like engine out capability on landing to see whether or not they had enough control authority to put it in the right place on the tower. But yeah, they managed to land it practically like bang on where it needed to be on the last one. They had like a little rubber dinghy out there with a camera on it, and it practically landed on top of the thing. So that was pretty impressive. Yeah, inflatable chopsticks, that'll do it. Alright, it's getting proper spicy now. I'm going to turn up the commentary a bit to see whether they say whether we're at peak heating.
And in this view, you're looking at a whole bunch of tiles. I think Jake talked about it earlier. We bonded some additional tiles to the leeward, or kind of the metal side of Starship, to see how those different bonding techniques would hold up. And looking like we've got quite a bit still attached.
Yeah, and as we're going down through the atmosphere here, we are at about Mach 16.1. So still extremely fast, although we have, scrubbed off a substantial amount of our speed already. Altitude at a little less than 60 kilometers.
We're about 8 minutes away from our targeted landing and splashdown time. Again, this is when the ship's going to start really
Ship
getting
is approaching
through
the end of the peak heating region.
That's what we were looking for, peak heating.
Getting to the end of the peak heating, so the highest temperature the Starship's going to see during its re-entry.
This little nub on the side, by the way, that's the new thing they've added for catching. So they wanted to see whether the nub can withstand re-entry, and then they know whether or not it can survive a catch attempt on the tower. Which is why the little nub is covered in heat tiles.
Changes as it is attached to the forward flap on Starship, so we're actually experiencing the articulation of that hardware, helping to steer the ship down for its precise landing in the Indian Ocean.
Yep, that is just a really cool, kind of cool piece of perspective there. I know some people say it makes them a little seasick, but I definitely love it. It makes it feel like you're really riding along with the ship on the way down.
Yeah, they've made a lot of progress when it comes to the heat tiles. I mean, they used to fall off as a hobby on the original ones. And these white ones here, apparently they're actually painted white for tracking purposes. They're not actually missing.
You can see how they hold up. There's some internal to the vehicle too and we're getting all of this video back via Starlink, even as we're just enshrouded in plasma. We're able to kind of operate at a high enough frequency to punch through, and that is blue ocean and sunlight you're seeing just beyond the flap. So we are coming down into daylight hopefully splashing down in the next 6 minutes or so in the Indian Ocean. We've still got a couple maneuvers lined up where we're going to be really stressing the flaps on the ship. So
Ship has passed through the peak heating region. External temperatures are coming down.
Wow, that is incredible news.
It survived so much better than the previous ones, like heating-wise.
But excellent news that we're now past that period of peak heating and that now the external temperatures are starting to decrease. Those heat shield tiles there on the belly
That's amazing.
of the ship really doing a ton of work.
I think what they do next is, as they're coming towards the landing area, they do like a big swerve. So they use the flaps to actually control the ship. So it comes in at like a dogleg maneuver, and then it can do its landing
Yeah, and you
burn.
can tell by the G meter down in the bottom right that we're starting to pick up a couple more Gs here, so we're definitely entering the thicker part of the atmosphere where we're scrubbing off all that energy, like Kate's saying.
all right, just about 5 minutes or so to go. We're coming up shortly on the maneuver where we're gonna, it's affectionately called the flap slap, where we're going to kind of pitch the nose up on the ship, and you're gonna see those aft flaps, the ones on the very bottom, fully deploy.
Looking forward to when we've got volumetric
Ship
clouds.
is at peak dynamic pressure.
And we're now at peak pressure.
Ship flap load test has started.
Yeah, seeing it fall out of the sky in Boca Chica when they were doing the landing there, it's like it's so big that it's like stationary in the sky when it's falling. It's
Looks like
it's 9 meters across. It's huge.
Again, the intent of that was to put just a lot of extra stress on those aft flaps. We are expecting the forward ones too to see a little bit of extra stress as we've got a little more propellant in our header tank, so the area right at the very nose of
Ship
Starship.
flap load test is complete.
And we're through that test.
There we go. And we just did that test at Mach 7, just for reference there. So we are still going incredibly fast.
Yeah, I'd love to be there in person.
All right, we are just about 3.5 minutes or so away from our targeted landing burn. Again, we're
Yeah, the sun hitting the tops of those clouds is amazing. We definitely need that.
We planned for 3, but we're going to give it a try with 2.
Yeah, planetary clouds is a much bigger challenge. It's
Hopefully we've got
Ship is starting the RTLS banking maneuver.
all right, there we go. So now it's doing its dog leg, so it's going to swerve around, which is very cool. But yeah, doing volumetric clouds on a planetary scale is not a small challenge. We'd have to do layered levels of detail for it.
We'll essentially swing out over the Gulf and do a swoop maneuver to then come back to the towers for catch. And so we are doing that exact same maneuver.
Yeah, you can definitely see like cracks along here.
Yeah, and that call out there that we heard.
It's because obviously Starship is expanding and contracting with the heat. So yeah, it's obviously there must be expansion cracks.
You know, as in the future, we are going to be trying to bring the ship back to the launch site, which is going to be absolutely insane.
The tiles are ceramic, so I suppose that makes sense.
These maneuvers, these principles prior
It does mean though you couldn't refly it immediately. You'd have to replace them.
This is the same reason why we were, intentionally not trying to bring the booster back to the pad. So we're trying all these things out in this developmental phase of the vehicle, and really proving what a test flight is.
Absolutely.
Dynamic pressure is coming down.
It's they're doing a soft splashdown, so it will stop just above the water and then drop.
I'd say we're in a pretty good bank right now.
Yeah, executing the power slide. We're about 90 seconds away.
Yeah, those clouds are amazing.
Clouds coming out, pretty sunrise on the other side of the planet.
We need this.
Starship is subsonic and is on target.
The crowd here reacting.
It's amazing how much
to that
control
call
authority
letting
they
us
have
know that we
just
are
with
on
those
target
flaps
for
on
this
what is basically a
precise
cylinder.
landing in the Indian Ocean. This will once again be a soft splashdown. We should get some pretty cool views from the recovery team who we chatted with earlier. They are standing by to receive this ship. Once again, this is the first flight of our completely redesigned Starship version 3.
Yeah, and if you remember the suborbital flights from a few years ago.
Yeah, they do have
this is
cameras.
very
They've
much
got
the
little
same
inflatable
thing that
camera
we're doing here.
dinghies.
So we're
They had like 3 of them
50
last time.
kilometers executing what we call the belly flip maneuver.
Yes, serial number 8, the first belly flop. I remember it well. Just some really amazing views of the Earth as the ship is coming back home. Thanks, Starlink.
Yeah, you can see the aft flap there making minor corrections.
Starship is turning for final approach to landing site.
Look at that turn.
There we go. Minor corrections and a full turn.
Yeah,
Amazing.
Starship doesn't fly like an airplane. It's a lot more like a skydiver. Full belly flop on the way down, using those flaps similar to arms to help change the path of the air over you. Coming up real soon. Again, going for a landing burn, trying to light 2 of these Raptor sea level engines.
Landing burn startup.
Landing burn startup. 2 engines lit.
Nice.
Successful flip. Boom.
Nailed it right in the middle.
Good shutdown.
Header tanks popped. Spot on though, like right where they wanted it to be.
That ball of fire is exactly what we wanted to see for the ship today. As weird as it may sound to hear, but it is the truth.
Absolutely wild. You know, you get the show.
Yeah, well done SpaceX. That was incredible. Yeah, if you when it's coming down, you can see the little target point where it's aiming at. There. So these little dots here, these are the little inflatables. So you've got like little rubber dinghies that have the cameras in them, and obviously they're surrounding the landing point. So we know that it landed like bang on target where it was supposed to, which is good news because it means that if they're confident that they were like millimeter accurate on their hover, then they're good for a tower catch next time because they have like a virtual tower that they're aligning with. Yeah, very cool. That's one toasty rocket. That's definitely worth watching twice. So we can all look forward to Scott Manley's review of this, which I'm sure will be out soon. Yeah, well done SpaceX. I tip my hat towards you. Okay, so we shall say goodbye to them. So yeah, there we are. So SpaceX did cool stuff. I won't claim that what I'm doing is anywhere near as cool as that, but hey, we do our part, our own little bit of space over here. Yeah, so we've got much more of the shuttle modeled now. Obviously, it needs detail adding, and we need to do the the heat tiles and everything around there. Put the window in, get rid of the stupid whale face. And then we'll work on improving the center of mass a little bit, deciding precisely where we're putting the RCS, and then we can get that modeled in as well. And then from that point, once we've got the flight model and the outside of it kind of working where we want it, then we can do the inside and do all the interior detailing. And at that point, we've got a shuttle, which is nice. So then we just need to work on the code around how we're going to transition the player into the shuttle, how we're going to take shuttles down to the surface, and all that cool stuff. Okay, well, I shall leave it there for tonight. I'll leave the camera there because that's the better view, I think. Right. Have a good one, everyone, and I shall see you on Sunday. And then on Sunday, we'll probably have a go at the windows. All right. Have a good one all. Bye for now.